Hello, everybody. It is Wednesday, May 12th, 2021, and it is time for another Let's Build Citizen live stream, so let's get started. Okay, so it's been a week of experimentation after me taking a week off to think, and we're going to continue along with the experimentation and exploration, but perhaps not down the same thread that we started. Yesterday we spent some time exploring this idea of something that's like a hybrid of a wiki and search and social networking. This idea of being able to type in a topic and you land on some page that's automatically created by assembling pieces of information from the network that you're a part of. And I'm going to go ahead and say in chat, as always, be sure to watch the opening playback to get caught up. And I have to say that thing whenever I don't just continue what I was doing yesterday, and that's going to be the case today. So then, today I want to take another step back, look at what we did yesterday, look at what we've been talking about, and start trying to evaluate what we liked about what we came up with yesterday, what we didn't like, what are we going for. We're in this phase where it's nobody's favorite, but sometimes you got to stop writing code and just have a think. Make sure you're doing the right thing. We are really close to having a complete piece of software here. It's not far off, but there's just this last opportunity we get to play around with how this whole thing works, and I just want to take this time. I have the runway, I'm going to do it. So I'm going to open up Excalidraw here, and I'm going to talk about this whole idea of this automatically assembled page. Hey Todd, great to see you. Great to have you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what worked well here, what doesn't necessarily work, or what I'm not totally sure about, and then bring back up the WYSIWYG thing, pick up the pieces, give them a look, put them down, that kind of thing. All right, so let's talk about what we like, what we're, let's say, unsure of. Let's not go for full-on dislike, but we'll talk about what we like and what we're unsure of. Seizing the power of JSON schema. Certainly possible. Yeah. There's a whole host of ideas inside of the semantic web that are good ideas. It's just the implementation is not always great. And so there may just be a great product idea in the sense of taking those ideas of knowledge graphs and putting them into a nice usable form. You know, almost certainly, let's go ahead and throw that into what we like, and that is a shared queryable data mesh / knowledge graph. Right from the start, right from the get-go, that's a pretty interesting piece of what we're toying with here. And the kind of one of the core premises of this little experiment, let's call this the wiki experiment, was that idea of having the page automatically assemble itself by dint of some query, right? It's not a bad idea. But why don't I, to balance things out, talk about what we're unsure of. And one of the things I'm unsure of is losing the wiki idea. Why don't we kind of give a heading to this? losing definition of specific spaces. The nice thing about pages, of course, is that they are a distinct space with a distinct identifier in the network, a URL in the network. And a query-based interface construction, like I'm getting at here, doesn't necessarily have any clear sense of top-down authority to the page, so to speak. It's going to be assembled by a query of your network, and in some cases that could be great, in some cases that could be not so great. And I'm not sure yet, this is why I'm unsure of it, but there is a degree to which, when you do a query like this, you are losing the strict sense of where this information is coming from. And yeah, you could filter down your sources, but you know, the distinction between search and an actual page is a little bit difficult to deal with. When I think about it in terms of search, definitely the idea of the information coming from lots of different sources is sort of what you expect. But whenever this thing is acting as a bit of a hybrid between search and a page that you go to, then it starts to feel a little bit cumbersome. So I'm not 100% sure about that aspect of it. This one is just all ideas. Say general. What we like, another one, you know, trying to be inclusive here, but frankly, it's kind of weird at some point to pretend like I'm speaking for everybody, so we'll be honest. What I like and what I'm unsure of. Another thing that I like, of course, is convenient user experience. Things like the wiki link or faster page generation. Those are good ideas. Now, the wiki link doesn't necessarily, you know, there's two different things going on there. One of them is the idea of being able to type some text inside of brackets and have it automatically go to something that's useful. It could be a wiki-style thing. It could also just be a search. You could just have a nice, simple way of getting searches into your text. So clicking on that doesn't take you to necessarily a wiki page. It could just take you to the search for those terms. Also an interesting concept. Another thing that I like, some approach to reputation, both of information and people. It is nice to have the ability to evaluate the accuracy of information or whether or not somebody's a good actor. Those are good features to have. It's a pretty common thing inside of a knowledge graph to be thinking about reputation. So that is something I would like to have as well. Another way of thinking about that is being able to, like I was talking about, put together a group or something similar to a group and have participation from a set of people that you trust to participate in it. Wish my thoughts were cleanly structured right from the get-go, but this is an exploration and I'm just not... I wish I could always be giving y'all a presentation, but thinking on my feet. I really like the idea of there being little slots to plug information into. So the automatic assembly of the page is a neat idea, but it also doesn't have to be done in this wiki-style thing either. It could be done simply by having a nice blueprint for a page that you create. I like the idea of creating a space / a page of some kind for discussions, being able to write rules or an intro or similar right on the page above user content. So I really like the idea of being able to do something like creating a page, discussion, let's call it the citizen discussion. We are talking about citizen here. Please stay on topic and avoid politics. Admins, user list widget you'd stick in there, and then you'd plop in a post feed that somehow is contextualized to this thing and publish. And you've created a nice interface for citizen discussion. That's pretty convenient, you know? And if the post feed were able to scope down to somehow being relevant to the current page or something along those lines, then you're really pretty far along in being able to throw together really useful, quick kind of interfaces. Like, that wasn't painful by any stretch. So one of the things I'm just thinking about is, as we were playing with this notion of a automatically assembled page, big part of it was having a conveniently automatically created interface for you. But if the WYSIWYG is good enough, it's actually not a terrible situation either. And I guess the thing that really is standing out to me about the wiki-based approach is just the degree to which reputation and trust and curation of information and of participants ends up being so core to almost everything. Without that, the system falls into disarray. And the wiki-based interface, because it doesn't imply any kind of authority model, like a page does that somebody's created, it makes it a little bit harder. And it strikes me as, well, that may be a pretty important feature to have working well. Something I do like about the wiki idea is the ability to assert information / knowledge that actually does depend on reputation. So the example that was high on my mind was the whole address book question, the question of identity, and being able to assert that blank person is Paul Frazee, blank person is the creator of CTZN, is a nice capacity to have. It's nice to be able to have these kind of knowledge assertions. And it's nice to think about being able to subscribe to somebody's knowledge assertions and say, I trust that person's address book, so to speak, or their social graph. It's the kind of thing of, if you want to have a new address book, you just add an address book that somebody's created. And you can kind of imagine a really pragmatic example of that would be that perhaps you join a company or an organization of some kind, and they maintain an address book, and you say, yeah, add that to my list of address books. So now when you do a search, that's a part of it. That's a part of what gets queried. And that information about who people are and things like that get added in. And again, as I was thinking about it, it's like, well, okay, you could do this sort of a flat, everybody can just declare information and just follow people to see everything that they've declared along some particular, wiki page, things like that. But you could also do something like creating a page, and in the page you drop in a address book control, and it's the address book of that user, or it is perhaps a sub-address book that you're creating, and then that becomes a piece of information that other people can work into their personal database. So, at the core, I think of what I'm thinking about as I'm evaluating this wiki sort of idea is just a need for clear provenance of information, which the wiki page design, making this the core of how information gets managed and added and things like that, misses out on provenance in a pretty big way. It's going almost entirely off of the follow graph, which is a pretty dumb system all told. Being able instead to say, I want to add in the address book that is maintained by Paul Frazee into my personal address book seems to be a much more useful way of managing provenance, because then you're choosing, by dint of kind of adopting people's tables or adopting their databases by a specific action, you're managing the provenance of information in your personal database in a very specific way. Turns out I don't even have a way to embed somebody's profile. One thing that also kind of comes to mind about a discussion group like this is sort of page-oriented in this way, where you're creating a space for conversation. There's obviously some overlap with communities in the sense that, if you're able to create a page, add a more or less a forum of some kind to that page, and then establish who can participate in that forum, you have all the pieces that more or less comprise a community. Because at the end of the day, the thing that a community does, more than anything else, is establish a list of community members. For something like that to function, you actually don't have to have bidirectional agreement, so to speak. Which is to say that if I said, this forum, the participants are Paul, Alice, and Bob, then whether or not Bob and Alice care even that you created it or know about it, they will be able to show up and talk on that forum. And the reason for that is that all of the systems in CTZN are dependent on being able to pick sources of information. The assembled feed gets assembled by saying, give me the posts by Paul, Alice, and Bob, or whoever the list of users are. So the model of doing things where it's a list that you can join, that's sort of how communities are structured inherently, but it could just be a curated list that somebody manages. Which, of course, could be an interesting approach to this core question about creating spaces, creating communities, creating conversations and things like that that people are productive and happy and things like that. As long as there is a clear indication of whether or not you are in the list, you know, okay, I can participate here. And as long as there's some pathway for getting yourself added to a list, if that's how it's supposed to be done, then that can work as well. So actually binding together the idea of a citizen user and a members list is not necessarily a requirement. You could just have a address book concept or a user list concept that different pages are leveraging, and then it's just you need to have a flow to get yourself added to one of those user lists, so requests to be added to an address book. Things like that. But this screen here is an interesting screen, you know? This tells, I think, an interesting story of a page that somebody's created with a forum embedded right in there. And some of what we were talking about with the assembled page, these assertions of facts and things like this, may just need to be other record types that we introduce into the system, other schema types. Things like an address book concept that is geared towards asserting facts about identity, things like that. Something else that kind of concerns me about the wiki approach is that it opens up a little bit of a question about creates kind of a bimodal system, so to speak. In a wiki, the assumption you might have is that every page is a wiki, right? And so then you get into a question of like, let's say that I have a Paul Frazee page. This is a Paul Frazee wiki page, right? And let's say that I associate my profile with this. Which is the thing that I should be sharing with people? Should I be telling people to go to the Paul Frazee topic, or should I be telling them to go to my profile? Which one should I be curating? Where should I be putting information about myself? There's also a little bit about that concerns me, which is because there is no moderation of a space like this, because it is a purely flat peer-to-peer hierarchy for how these things get assembled, also opens up a lovely vector for nastiness. It's one of those things that I do think about whenever I think about like the idea of being able to put any kind of information on somebody else's profile. Is, you know, I know that of course this would be subject to the social graph, but people would start putting shitty things about each other on it. And maybe you just choose not to follow those people, but it'll be happening. People take advantage of whatever prompt you create. And sometimes you do have to ask, what do I want to make easy? Do I want to make it easy for people to publish shitty things about each other? Well, maybe not. Is that how people would use it? Probably. So again, the lack of an authority model to these wiki pages concerns me a little bit. Somebody submitted to Hacker News today. I think it was called .pages. .page. Not totally outside of our wheelhouse here, you know. Nice little WYSIWYG for creating creative little things. I actually have somewhat mixed feelings about the philosophy implied by it. It's not so much that I dislike the idea of things not being cookie cutter. But there is a part of me that thinks if you are putting together, like the approach I would take with the WYSIWYG is very much not about like, hey, you can stick the thing anywhere, you know. throw that right there, and how fun is that? Again, it's not like a bad idea, and this is actually a pretty compelling approach to. I have to agree. Many people pointed this out, and I have to agree. What they've done to deal with responsive is just whenever you start moving something around, you get that little indicator there. So you can't see it on phones if you put it outside of there. That's clever. Of course, it very clearly means that the only way that any content can work is by within the viewport of the phone size. So effectively, this entire approach means that there is only one vertical bar within which information can be placed. But this isn't really my personal aesthetic. It's not what kind of gets me going. There's something between the idea of having total aesthetic liberty versus liberty within an aesthetic. And honestly, this by nature pushes you towards some kind of aesthetic. The tools form the results. The medium is the message. So I would bet you a lot of these pages are going to look like some variation of this. They're going to be have GIFs like GeoCities. They're going to have little animated icons like this all over the place. They're going to have this kind of stuff. And that's all fine. But if you ask me, if we're talking about like, what aesthetic might, I'd be more inclined to if I were going to take an adventure down aesthetic, what I will end up doing is something more akin to Notion. Well structured, clear how to get to information, things like that. But if it were me choosing to really go hard down an aesthetic, I'd go full future UI. I can't take this out of full screen, unfortunately. So you can't see the full thing. It's a really fun little project. It's 100% designed to be ridiculous, as most future UIs are. But, I can't help but consider or point out how a really knowledge graph or a powerful semantic web system, things like that, ought to be moving you in the direction of the kind of magic you get whenever you're watching a Marvel movie or a Bond movie. They do a lot of stuff like this, just pulling together information in a really interesting and compelling way. So anyway, EDX UI, if you ever feel like checking out that thing. Kills the YouTube encoder. Yeah. Got a little choppy on that one, I'm sure. So, I think perhaps where my head's at right now is that yesterday, we're in exploratory space right now. So I'm not coming down hard one way or another on anything. But I think I'm going to put back down the wiki-based idea and try to extract out the things that I like about it, and then go back to continuing work on the WYSIWYG. So let's assemble some extracted learnings. So the first is that semantic data is not just useful, it's convenient. Being able to automatically put together interfaces because we have meaning attached to the data, which is implied by this sort of automatic construction of the page, that is a useful idea. Number two, a lot of whatever it is what we're doing will be oriented around this idea of being able to query the data mesh to put together interfaces or tools or solve things quickly. Number three, we need user search of some kind. Number four, collaborating on the data mesh is an interesting meta goal. Number five, authority and provenance need to be baked in to every interface. That's kind of what I'm walking away from yesterday's experiment with. So we're back to WYSIWYG time. For better or for worse. Let's look into something that I've been curious about. Okay. So all of the things that I talked about, oh yeah, and here were the notes I left for myself yesterday. Tags are insufficient. You really need a knowledge graph. Yeah. Okay. So if anybody wants to keep talking about what I talked about at the opening, feel free to pop in with your thoughts. But for the rest of the day, I'm just going to crank on the WYSIWYG a little bit. And think about it really not so much about creating documents, more about constructing UI spaces, social UI spaces. Where do we leave off? Yeah. You know, a lot about what I'm considering, Nina, is it's all in service, I think, at the end of the day, of our meta objectives that we've had since the beginning. Social networking with better interactions, better information, and more, let's say, creative control. So we're looking for ways to improve on the quality of the interactions we have and the information we get, and to have more creative control over the experience. So when I think about things like this, the ability to throw together a community of some kind or a conversational space of some kind and control who's participating in it, I'm really thinking about having a nice tool set for having better interactions. Well, better interactions by and large means things like having a community which is either only inviting people that you want to speak to in the first place, or if it's inviting a larger space of people, it's about helping manage the interactions that occur. So there's a lot about that basic, at the end of the day, curation of membership. Curation of participation. There's also the systems within the participation for rewarding or suppressing interactions by people. It's not only curation, that's certainly one approach to it. Though I might make the argument that all systems, all information systems are a form of curation, even if they are curated in a distributed fashion. Hey, Mike. Well, I've pretty much finished the sort of intro section, so now you're safe to go back. Yeah, more or less, Michael. And exploring, I'm hearing you, Nita. I'm just kind of mulling it over. Reflecting back on what we worked on yesterday, what we were trying out, and what I liked about it and what I didn't like, and things like that. Yeah. Get some more coffee. So let's go ahead and dive into what you're suggesting there, which is why are these the three objectives that this project has, that I've settled on for the project? better interactions come along the basis of just feeling like, and this is something that I personally feel, and I think that a lot of people feel, is that social media has a habit of being a fairly toxic place. And I think there are a lot of reasons for that. Some of it has to do with the general philosophy of how social net. Well, let's not get into the why, the how these things happen. Let's just talk about the why. But I'd say there's a fair amount of dissatisfaction with interactions that people have on Facebook and Twitter in particular. And people aren't really looking to get dunked on. People aren't looking to get... A lot of people are not looking to get dunked on or argued with all the time, things like that. They're looking to have nice interactions with other people, to share something that they find interesting and to talk about it, things like that. And if you think about, the real world equivalent, it's just... we don't treat each other in the real world the way that we treat each other online. And if you do that, then you have personal problems, There's a lot of kind of different ways you can look at how interactions are good or bad. But by and large, if you could create a less toxic social environment, that would be, I think, something that people would like to have happen. Anybody that's a social media user would like to have less toxicity. Can we achieve that? I don't know. But it is the kind of thing that I think people would like to see happen. So, in terms of, setting an objective for ourselves, thinking about what we would like to be able to have, what would make a great entry in the realm of social media, something which is less inherently toxic, I think is a pretty good goal to be thinking about and trying to achieve if we can. Sure. So, all right, brain dumping ways to have better interactions. 1, reputation systems. 2, UIs which only allow pro-social interactions, or which guide towards. 3, creating Active moderation. A reputation system does a number of things. It creates consequences for poor behavior. It also curates participants. UIs which guide people towards more pro-social interactions. There's a lot of ways you can look at that. One of them is just the basic question of like whether or not downvotes are allowed, or whether or not we see likes, things like that. There is a degree to which the medium is the message, the kinds of behaviors that you provide as options, the building blocks tend to result in what ends up happening. If you had a system in which the only thing you could do is add stickers to other people's content, obviously it would be a different experience. There's this idea that came up on Hacker News the other day. This is something that I've actually been thinking about for a while, which is called conventional comments. The idea of this is, and this is an interesting idea. One of the problems about the medium of text and medium of the internet is that you don't convey fully what you're getting at, and you're often working in terms of what's convenient for you as a writer of what you're doing. So the example they give here I think is fantastic. Comments like this are unhelpful. This is not worded correctly. It feels too brusque. It feels a little confrontational. It feels like feels like an attack in a way. But the person that's writing it may not have any sentiment about it. They're just doing work, We'll come back to you in a second there, Nina. So the idea that they're introducing here is, could the system that people are leveraging help sort of give structure to the comments, which are the conventions here, that are kind of geared towards making things a little less difficult on the reader side without necessarily increasing the amount of work by the writer. So, being able to say things like suggestion, it definitely changes the tone. It's a little bit like a code of conduct, Being able to say it's a nitpick, non-blocking, changes the tone, And the thing that they're trying to solve is that version of the thing that people have said for a long time, that emotion is not conveyed through text. It's the kind of thing like if you were doing the review in person and had all the time in the world, and you were looking at it, you would be like, hey, this isn't a big deal, but is this worded correctly? So to be able to mark something as like a nitpick is inherently a way to kind of like take some of the finality or the strength of the statement down a little bit. And so they suggested this format for conventional comments, which is a label followed by decorations, and then the kind of subject, and then an optional discussion. And the decorations are optional as well. And so the labels that they're thinking, this was geared towards, I believe, like commenting on PRs, code review, peer review, things like that. So their labels would be praise, nitpick, suggestion, issue, question, thought, chore, right? And then the decorations are things like, this is about security. This is a suggestion test if minor. It's interesting. They're using the decoration in that case to say this is about tests. I don't know what the if minor is. Maybe if so, it's a minor issue. Oh, here we go. So if minor means it's a minor issue. So this is a cool idea. And it's a good example of how UI. Yeah, it's not only it is an educational sort of thing. It's also sort of like the way that I would kind of imagine something like this being put into practice in the context of what we're talking about is that a comment actually requires you to fill out the form, so to speak. So it's actually forcing you into a structure of conversation, and might be. It's sort of also making it more convenient to be nice by dint of just having the UI sort of take you through it rather than having to type it out every time. So there's a lot that UI can do, potentially, to improve on interactions. Let's drill into this reputation system. Hope it wouldn't work like LinkedIn and everyone has an inflationary amount of type of +1s, right? Reputation is a tricky thing for obvious reasons, you know. There's all sorts of concerns. You don't want to end up you don't want to end, and I think Alex is, just diving into that list that we're creating here. And this is all I got so far, so if anybody has another suggestion. But a reputation system, it can mean a lot of things. What you don't want to have is something akin to like a social credit system or some kind of number that follows you around. That sounds like a nightmare. So when you're creating a reputation system, you have to be a little bit careful about creating a database of people and how that can kind of go awry. It's one of the things that jams me up a lot when I think about reputation systems. Common reputation system that's used is something like on Reddit or Hacker News with your karma score. Another, of course, Stack Overflow is actually incredibly overt about its reputation system. It's all about building reputation, and that reputation score controls what you're able to do. But there are other ways that reputation systems can function. For instance, Hacker News has a version of it, which is just you have a green name whenever you're a new account. That ends up being a pretty potent tool in terms of reputation. Just sort of indicates that this is a new person. They may have created this account as a throwaway. They have not established any repute with the system. Another version of reputation systems, this is a very broad term to say reputation system, but it could also just be simply things like invites, whether or not somebody is invited into the thing. So reputation systems generally have two effects. The first is to curate who can participate in the first place and how they can participate, and the second is to create the possibility for losing access. There are a lot of ways that a reputation system can be designed, as I was just enumerating there. A social graph following people is also a reputation system. I do think that like how LinkedIn does it, of like saying this person is a JavaScript expert and vouching for people's skills and things like that, it doesn't end up working out that great. Yeah, I mean, some reputation systems are more meaningful and interesting than others. Surprised my watch hasn't already suggested this. I should stand up. The Apple Watch has this thing where it tells you to stand up every once in a while, and then says something like, "Good job, you stood up," which is usually the kind of thing I would disable. But there's still that part of me in the back of my head that's like, it's probably right. But yeah, thanks, Karzi. Yeah, being told good job for standing up really feels like I'm getting my good boy points. Good job. You're not a couch potato. Good for you. Yeah. I already recommended this, but I got a desk extender, something that sits on top of your desk and gives you the standing desk tool, and it has ended up being just fantastic. So if anybody wants a product recommendation for a standing desk extension, not a full standing desk, but something that you put on top of a surface, I'd happy to recommend what I found here. What's kind of funny is that as I'm looking at this list, the creative control thing is the one that I kind of gravitate towards most in terms of what kind of gets me excited. Yeah, I'm familiar with the business model canvas. That was pushed a lot by those guys that did the, what do they call it? The lean startup methodology. I'm pretty familiar with that. I also got a book. Called Value Proposition Design. It's not bad, actually. I think it includes that board. It's a useful set of tools. They'll sometimes go back to. For what it's worth, I'm not really how do I put this? I don't know if we have to be as goal-oriented as you're being right now, Nina. I appreciate, where your head's at. But the time pressure is not so extreme that I want to sit down and formalize and step through everything in that form. I'm kind of taking a more free-form exploratory approach here. Which is to say, I don't yet feel like I'm spinning my wheels. If I start to feel like I'm spinning my wheels, then I agree that we could get the canvas going and start filling it out and things like that. Yeah. Well, maybe tomorrow we can start with that. Might be an interesting thing to do. But the thing I was just kind of starting to think about is how the creative control really feels like one of the more exciting areas. And, I've talked about the creative control being in service of 1 and 2, but in a way, 1 and 2 could also be seen as being in service of creative control. So better interactions and better information could just be tools for having the kind of creative tool set have utility. They kind of go back and forth with each other. Yeah, maybe we'll start tomorrow's stream with that. For now, I think I'm just going to go ahead and dive into the WYSIWYG. Cool, cool. Well, I'll catch you on tomorrow's stream and we'll pick up with this. Sounds good. One thing I'm wondering about the WYSIWYG here is whether I ought to be treating all of the... So the current design has all of the sort of HTML blocks or HTML elements being treated as individual blocks, as you can see here. I kind of wonder if maybe they ought to be merged into a general rich text block. Which would mean that they're sort of subject to these controls instead of these controls. Part of the reason I'm wondering this is that a lot of the sort of browser interactions are interrupted by dint of them being separate content editables on each one. Obviously, there's a lot of benefit to this approach, being able to potentially drag around things like separators, but a separator would probably be its own block, probably. Maybe not, though. No, I think it would. But, like, lists wouldn't be, and headings wouldn't be. Let's try it out. So if we were to do this, what would work this way and what wouldn't? So all of these would no longer be blocks. Presumably lists would not. We would have a rich text block. Which would also be a leaf. the quote-unquote inline tags would start to include the things we just removed. Pre, in fact, might not be a custom block so much as just a variant of the rich text block. Just rich text with monospace. Probably the data list and data or descriptions list would have to continue to be its own block. Block quotes probably as well, though block quote could also be a variation of rich text. Can use the bathroom real quick, be right back. Hey, Kai. You too. And a major difference of this approach would be, well, why don't we just run it real quick and see what results we get. Right. So this would no longer be the case, but whenever you hit a basically one of the things that would need to happen Well, good luck. Hope you can get there. I'm gonna do something real quick. It's time to lowercase all these. about building. That's what's wrong. Oh no, Kai's been around for a while. Okay, so we're starting to make some progress here. Should be seeing something with the rich text editor, so why don't we? Maybe because I haven't included it yet. That would be it. Okay. So what we've done here is broken out the editor to be, rather than a bunch of blocks for each possible HTML element, it is all rich text ones. And as a consequence of that change, of course, you can now select multiple. Select in a vertical sense. Now, some of these are not quite showing up yet. Let's get through all of them. For instance, what is that about? Well, what is this about? Let's start with that. Yeah. There we are. So, with that out of the way, next question that we would need to resolve is how good is content editable? How effective can we make content editable? Having not taken as much control, we now have, as you can see when I highlight here, it's a little hard to see. Why don't I put some borders or some background on the blocks as they're focused. So now you can see that the blocks are much bigger now and contain a wider variety of what you might consider to be rich text. Interestingly enough, these all get grouped in there. So now we got to think about, how would this modify a lot of the interactions and whether or not the interactions that we're doing that we want to have in the rich text can work with the content editable. And lists are a good place to start with that. Let's start by modifying some of how things are handled. For instance, we no longer want enter and numpad enter and backspace and delete to automatically delete the block. Same with arrow up and down. A lot of that behavior really depends on what we're doing here. It's correct actually for the global key down that we would want it that way, but inside the buffer we definitely don't. So let's just disable all this behavior real quick. And the way it handles new lines is, of course, not how I would prefer to do. It's putting in divs. And I'd rather it put in paragraphs. No risk of kicking you out anytime soon. Of course, we could just allow it to do divs. Just do divs instead of paragraphs. Yeah, I don't think that's how we want to do it, though. Let's see what happens if we do it like that. Seems to have worked correctly. No, in that case it's stuck in a div. Seems to be because it's not getting hit at all. Oh, I didn't save that. Let's try again. Okay, so inserting a paragraph didn't do what I wanted. Needs to step out of the current node. So this will be an interesting and complex interaction here. Because it needs to be contextual. If you're in a list, it needs to do something different than if you're in an H1 or something similar. And it needs to sort of step outside of the current node. And let's start with just handling stepping outside of the current node, so to speak. So let's examine our range. You've got the start container and the end container. So probably what you want to do is not insert the node so much as add the node after and then move the cursor into it. Good. Okay. Somewhat interesting that a empty node gets no representation, so to speak. We have an empty paragraph right there. Might be able to solve that by just specifying a min height on paragraphs. That does solve it. Yep. So that's an option. And it feels pretty good. There's that slight adjustment after, but not bad overall. Okay. The other thing you gotta do is split the content of the current node. So you're gonna do a split content at cursor. You're gonna do exactly that. You're gonna do something similar though. Actually, let's take a look at that. Okay, so far so good. Let's jump into the buffer. And we're going to have a set of things that need to have a min height set. That's not right. So we need to adapt what the new element is based on the current parent or the current node. Okay. Looking good so far. So it's basically behaving the way I would expect it to. Is there any other interaction? Let's see, what were some of the interactions we lost? There's the... Alright, so then there's the arrowing up, and when you reach the top, it should jump up to selecting the next buffer, same as arrowing down. So let's try digging into that. Something's going wrong here. What is that about? Why would the arrow down? Am I not? Oh. Switch statements. You gotta break. There we go. It's mostly working. It just needs to now select the right portion of the. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so that select previous block. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So focus buffer is not behaving the way it should. Ah, I see. There we go. Okay, that's all feeling pretty natural. Did we just have a giant skip, or did that work? Okay. Let's see if we can get our toolbar working correctly, and in particular, get the list indentation working right. This one will be interesting. So the toolbar needs to have something different than current block. worked. Alright, so to handle indents, the way I'm going to do this is to just find the currently selected nodes, and then if you're indenting, you're just going to wrap them in another UL. And if you're de-indenting, you're going to remove any parent UL that exists. So, should be an interesting... The de-indent will be harder than the indent, to be sure. So it's close to working. There it goes. A little bit temperamental. I think that might just have to do with the selection. This has been interesting. There's a lot about this change of direction for how to implement the WYSIWYG that feels right, actually. Having the rich text state grouped together so you can take advantage of how the content editable works. It seems pretty obvious futzing around with things like indents that you could spend a lot of time working on this thing, trying to get it right. Random moments where this thing indents the whole thing as opposed to just one of them. It's largely working, but not in all cases, so there's going to be a lot of working around that. It almost sort of makes me wonder if the way to handle the rich text blocks is actually to bring in some existing WYSIWYG, have it scoped purely to rich text, and just have lots of some other off-the-shelf editor handling those spaces, since it's designed, since they have done this kind of work for working with rich text spaces. And then stripping out any UI that they have and applying our own UI around it. Because really at the end of the day, it's a very blocks-oriented editor. And the question would really just be whether or not embedding all of those other WYSIWYGs in the rich text spaces would be, number one, too resource intensive, and number two, would it be, will I be able to kind of customize the interactions? Or, would it be better to continue down this path? Baking it myself. Not getting terrible results this way. One of those things you spend a lot of time futzing with to get it just right, but it's not terrible. Well, let's keep going down this pathway before I make any sudden moves on that direction, and let's implement the unwrap. This is actually quite hard. This is another case where it might actually be simpler to just turn all lists into a flat list structure with indent attributes and then handle the conversion to and from at a later point. It might actually be the case. Yeah, it probably is. I would figure. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Be right back. Let's spend half a second taking a look at some of the WYSIWYGs out there and thinking about this idea of using them to handle specific blocks and making our editor actually not so much re-implementing that as it is a wrapper around multiple different blocks, more of a UI builder, and we're able to just drop in a rich text editor as needed. So we'd want something relatively lightweight that we're able to control externally. This one's a little bit out of date. Not seeing what I want to see on that. Of course, you got CK editor. which is very featureful. And here's that multi-root editor. Oh, go back. There's also, of course, tiny MCE. That works surprisingly well. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Well, maybe that's how we ought to do this thing. Basically going from the current approach, which is tiny MCE with custom elements inside of it. To this approach over here where it's like that.
Kitty cat.
Yeah. Yep. No.
Oh, you're sweet.
Good kitty. If we got any kit fans, we got a kid on stream here. Just getting your pets. Not enough cuddles in the world for you, Kit. Quite literally. Alright, so if we're taking this different approach, doing it in a new repo, copy of the previous one just to feel it out. So we'll start from our demo of basically loading up some HTML and work our way backwards. The main thing that we'll probably want to keep is some aspect of the parsing that I did in the data model. Because in similar fashion, what we'll want to do is extract the HTML, or parse out the HTML really, and then instantiate either tiny MCE buffers or the custom blocks. This will get messy for a little bit while I figure this out. Why don't I keep the data model thing, but I'm going to... Alright, let's see. The first thing I need to do, I need to take a set of blocks. I need to convert that to something more like this. Just need to do a pass over the top. Don't need to do this recursively. Hey Brock, how's it going? Come here. You gotta get thrown out. Come here. Yes, you're very sweet. Cute. I love you. Come here. Come here, you little gremlin. Come on, gremlin. Come here. I'm under assault from the cat. Okay, she's gone. Alright, so looking good. Yeah, it's my brother's album. Yeah, it's the only thing I can play around here. Avoid a copyright strike, so there you have it. Alright. We'll go ahead and hold on to some of this other stuff. Alright. Currently, it's determined by who you're following and what communities you're in. Not currently. Yep. Yeah, I'm switching up. After thinking about this a little bit, I'm just. I was moving to a form in which it was like. Basically, here's where we were previously, and I want to switch over to a system where the rich text buffers just kind of get lifted up into their own block. And once I did that, I was like, well, I might as well just use TinyMCE for my rich text editor as opposed to trying to build all that out myself. So I'm sort of creating a meta editor that wraps TinyMCE with a blocks-oriented interface. Yeah, that's the idea. Okay, now it's working. Why am I not supportive of the blocks? Gotcha. There we are. Okay. Oh, you're talking about what the output there is. Gotcha. Okay, obviously some of those are missing that should be. Tell me about it. All right. Alright, now I wonder why that menu is kind of floating in the wrong spot. Looks like that's what it's supposed to do. Alright, so from here, we've got the whole block instantiating the way it's supposed to, the rich text block. So let's remove all that fun stuff right there. Okay, so that's more or less working. Yep, still my brother's album. Will do. I've told him many times, you know, it's because of the stream I've ended up listening to it a whole lot more than I might have otherwise, and it's really become one of my favorite albums. I think he did a great job with it. So that's working. So now our representation in TinyMCE is kept in sync, so that's good. Next up, probably a good thing to do would be to go ahead and get one of the block types implemented. The non-rich text types, so that we can get that behavior working right. So we'll start with citizen code. Okay, so there it is in action with the menu from TinyMCE obnoxiously covering it. Go away. Fuck. There. Yeah, alright. Hey, Sir Beth. The album ended. I guess I'll just play it again. Really would have thought it would have gotten older for me by now, but it really hasn't. So, good for him, you know? I've been working in the Hypercore community for a long time, is really why. I've been involved in its development in various ways over the years, and I just prefer it. I guess, you know, I could talk about why I did at one point have to choose between Hypercore and IPFS long, long ago. Ooh, that's not right. One moment. That's wrong. There we go. Yeah, so one of the reasons is that I just kind of like I would say I've influenced Hypercore. I've never worked on core development, but I just kind of Hypercore, while it is fairly modular, it kind of operates at a higher level in a way that I rather like. It's kind of, in some ways, more opinionated than IPFS. So, yeah, they're very comparable, but I just always liked Hypercore a little bit more. Okay, so now we've got that. I think probably we want the block control to be position sticky. Why don't we actually put a border around the blocks? Not to my knowledge. It wasn't quite along those lines, but different goals, different ways of thinking. Probably not. Okay. Why don't I add a block type for unknown? Good point. Yeah, you're talking about We Will Always Love You. Yeah. That shit. That shit is tragic. I don't know about you, but like, man, the way that shit opens is so sad. Technically, that album's not about anything in particular. For anybody that hasn't listened to it yet, We Will Always Love You by the Avalanches. Yeah, definitely some bangers. But generally speaking, the album is about loss. And they put it out like right when the pandemic was getting going. And like the opening track involves this sound sample of somebody on a cell phone basically saying goodbye and I'll always love you. It is so sad. It's getting me tearing up just thinking about it. It's such a sad album. And I kind of feel like the trajectory of that album is kind of like a trajectory of processing grief. Oh, man. What did you think of it, Todd? It's a real sad boy album. That one's in. Be right back. Ooh, kitty. Oh, she's so cuddly. That can be bad when she's so cuddly like that. Yeah, I know, you're a little baby. Oh. All right. Not sure if this particular approach to the UI is a winner yet, but I think it's interesting. A little hard to grok. Maybe if we do something more like... Ooh-da-doo-da-doo. Bit much, really. Alright, so what would our to-do list be for this? Get tiny MCE working the way we want. Block, drag, and drop to reorder. Block create, block delete, rich text split tool. I'm going to implement the block type next because it's one of the more complicated ones that actually can contain multiple blocks within it. So let's give that a shot. I say the card type. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. have it. Babies making babies. Kitty. No, you don't step on the keyboard, please. Oh, you're so whiny. Yeah, you are. You're a little whiny butt. Don't give her too much credit. She's a little gremlin. She's a little baby, though. She's both. Yeah. Don't, no. Chewing on my laptop. She really wants some attention. Come on, don't do that. No, 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 no. Don't chew on it. Can you not? Can you not, though? Okay, but don't do that. All right, let me find out what this cat wants. What's up, kid? Hey, food. Just need attention. You go out? What do you need, Gremlin? Don't, please. Don't. Okay, I think we can make this work. A little nicer to look at. Let's add a hypothetical block, one that I imagine will happen at some point. Do I want to do this to myself? At some point, some of the blocks inside of here will go beyond just you know, things. There'll be at some point there will be blocks that are like for layout, things like a grid block. And it would be interesting to get that going. Not yet. At some point, yes, but not yet. also need some controls for inserting blocks. Alright, let's modify our demo real quick to remove all that. And then we will okay. Now then, let's start by futzing with the toolbar. The settings that we have for TinyMCE right now would be to use the inline controls. Which frankly are a little wonky. Not terrible, but they're just a little wonky. Like, why are they showing up at the bottom? They should never show up at the bottom. I guess that might be on account of... Let's set... You know, why would it ever show up at the bottom? Why would you ever want that? The inline option is not supported on mobile devices. That's a problem. Well then, let's see how this feels without inline turned on. Different. Interesting. Okay, so that's gonna have to do it this way. So we have to find some ways to customize this. It's a real shame. Okay, now the sort of interesting question is, can we make our own toolbar for TinyMCE? I believe the answer to that is yes. And it'll come down to basically us sort of querying the state of the text buffer and sort of dynamically updating accordingly. Which should be an interesting challenge. A couple of interesting things we can do with it. We can make that toolbar totally contextual. So then whenever you're selecting something like a block, it gives a different set of tools than if you're in the rich text. Alright, so if that's what we're after, if we're going to be building our own toolbar, the first thing we need to do is we need to listen to the tiny MCE selection change. Emit that as an event that can percolate up to our toolbar, and this will be similar to what we were doing before. And so the first thing we're going to do is look for the event. Which selection change seems right. Let's start with that then. That seems right. So then, on selection change, so at the top level, we will listen for those things to occur. Like I said, similar to what we had before. Okay. And so I think what we'll do is just capture this .editor state equals e.detail, and we'll expect that event to give a structure similar to this one here. So we need the equivalent of the query command state. Yeah, it looks like it actually works more or less the same. Yeah, there we go. That's all handy. Alright, we're not going to bother with justify. Alright, so it's sort of working. This .editor was not working, but I think that's because I am not capturing the editor. I think I need to do this. So then, with that handled, should now be able to do editor state equals this editor state, and in the toolbar, okay, off to a good start. It's basically doing what it should, at least in terms of reflecting the current state, so that's good. BRB using the bathroom.
Citizen.
Wrong cue. Alright, next up you just add the ability for those commands to actually do something. I'm inclined to say I need to change how the toolbar is implemented. Bold, italic, underline. Okay. Come along. Alright, now let's implement the actual execution of the controls. Probably with the editor state, we will want to also capture the focused block. Sec command. Alright, let's see what that gets us. Alright. Let's find out what the indent command is. Should be indent and outdent. indent doesn't work on lists. That's interesting. There we are. It's not de-indent for them, it's outdent, which makes sense. Opposite of in would be out. I buy it. And that's how you implement proper list indentation. It's just that easy, y'all. It's just that easy. Okay. Yeah. All right. And then we got a link control. Why'd you turn blue? Okay, this is a bad link. Okay. Bizarre, but okay. Come back to that another time. Okay, now what? Huh? Now what? I would do the clear formatting bit. What command is that? Remove format. Cool. And I suppose next what we need is a controls for the sort of what I used to call block level elements. That would be like headers and things like that. Let's take a quick peruse through the plugins that this thing has and see what else we might want to add in here. Alright, so HR, probably want that. We're going to do images our own way. Probably eventually want paste. I want the spell checker. Okay. Alright. What do I feel like knocking out for the rest of the day? How much longer do I feel like moving? Alright. Let's just write out everything we got to do. bars. Heading, paragraph, block quote, list, buttons. And then that's kind of it. Overall, not too bad, I gotta say. I mean, this definitely feels like, you know, we're now almost kind of back up to where we were prior to all this. With just a much more solid base, I think. So I think this was the right call. So it'll be interesting iterating forward on all this, of course. Interesting to start to get some of the actual live controls in. But overall, it feels like a relatively decent tool set. Telling me to stand up. I gotta get my good boy points. Alright, well, I'm gonna wrap it up. Does anybody have anything they want to talk about before we do? Any thoughts? Passing thoughts? This right here, I like looking at this. This feels like an interesting target for us, you know? How's the citizens who are holding up right now? Okay. Okay. Well, this is all interesting. It's all interesting. I'm gonna keep on thinking about, you know, bridging from this kind of work to our final product here, but it's interesting. All right, well, have a great rest of your day or beginning of your Thursday, depending on what time zone you're in. And I'll catch y'all on the next one. Later.
Citizen.